Okay. Sorry for the late start, chat. It's been a weird sort of day. I think we've got everything in order, so we can go ahead and get this going. Yes? Question mark. There's the right button. Hello, everyone. Hi. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. Hope the week is treating you well. I hope you had a good weekend. I'm very tired. I am running on not much sleep, not much good sleep. Let's say hi, you guys, first before I get into all of that. Hello, Standing. I hope your week is treating you well. Mine is. Well, I think it's starting off in a position to go to trend upward. Let's put it that way. Hello, Mage. Welcome in. Good to see you. I remembered to hit the button this time. Hello, Lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. So let's see. Weekend was good. I got to hang out with all of you. Did another nice long bike ride on Sunday. Little bit longer than the previous one. Not really the goal to keep stretching it right now. It's more just going for like consistency and time. And that did go really well. It was actually like overcast and a little bit drizzly, which was really surprising considering that on Wednesday I aborted the ride because it was too damn hot. So that was a hell of a swing. But it was a good ride. It was a good ride. It was fun. It went well. Still sort of figuring out the route a little bit, but it's good. Learned today need to have more dental work done. Oh no. Oh, cavities. I'm sorry, Mage. Cavities suck. Hopefully it's a smooth process, though. Hopefully you don't need to worry about it too much. Get it in and out. Easy business. Yeah, unfortunately, so yesterday, the big frustration and the reason that I am working on not much sleep is ants. My favorite. God, I hate ants. Not a ton of them. They weren't like forming a trail or anything, which is good, but it was a lot of scouts. So it was a lot of wiping down surfaces, looking for crumbs, food left out. Still haven't figured out where they're coming in from. We scanned the outside of the house today to see if there's an entry point. Couldn't find anything, which probably means that they're coming in from under the house. So yeah, we're keeping an eye on it. There's definitely not as many today as there were yesterday. But yeah, I was getting ready for bed. I was going to bed and then I spotted a bunch more. So I was up until like 4 a.m. hunting ants. So that sucked. Getting used to them even with all the work I put in. Yeah, well, one, I think it's just part of getting older. And two, I feel like once you start to have compromises like cavities, it kind of is just like not compounding, but it's just like, yeah, you're kind of in a place where that's just going to keep happening. The best you can try and do is keep it from getting worse. But I'm sorry, Mage. So yeah, I'm tired. I did not get much sleep. It was very fitful sleep. But yeah, like I said, I went out today, went around the house, spotted a couple, but they didn't seem to be, again, there wasn't like a large trail of them or anything. So I just sprayed in a couple of spots to see if that would kind of deter them and just keeping an eye on it. But not fun. Not fun. Um, no, I was talking with my roommate about it, and if they keep showing up, if they keep coming back, then we might get a poison trap or something just to try and ward them off. But we'll see. Um, this year too, a couple weeks ago, we had them get into the cat's feeder. Oh fuck. Oh god, that's what I'm trying to avoid, right? Because when it's just a couple of scouts, you spray them, you squish them. Hopefully, it kind of deters it, right? They don't report back, and the answer like, well, they're dead, so let's not go there anymore. Once they find something and they form a trail, that's when you have a problem. So that's what I'm trying to not have happen. But it means a lot of, watching for just single ants crawling around, which sucks. It's not fun. It's very paranoid. I feel super paranoid. I'm just like watching every surface for like a pixel of movement. Would make a really good astronomical spotter. I just like, oh, that pixel moved. That's something. Go check it out. Um, so yeah, that wasn't too much fun. Then make some drastic changes. Yeah. I was saying before how a while back I was able to use Febreze and that just like completely stopped them dead. But I don't know if Febreze changed their formula. They might have, and it's probably for the better. But I tried Febrezing them again, and it didn't do the same thing. Probably good overall, but unfortunate that my little home remedy to ants just doesn't work anymore. Oh, Artemis. Drip check. I haven't done one of those in a while. I was feeling very casual today, so I'm just rocking the PJ shirt. Keeping it simple. So that's a nice little segue. So since God, it's almost August. It'll be August this weekend, which really sucks. I was hoping to do the debut this month. Um, that's obviously not happening. But some good news on that front. Some good news on that front. Um, I'm really like the song gives me PTSD. Good. it is the song of remorse, but it's so sexy about it. Um, the ants we had were the ones that hate a spray that is heavily scented with mint, and supposedly they hate it. Yeah, the one I have is like a number of different oils, and it kills them. It kills them like instantly. But it doesn't seem to like keep them away for very long. I'm not sure if it has mint in it. I don't have the bottle with me. I think it has like cinnamon and some other stuff. Like it seems pretty acidic. I have not tried to spray it on myself, but I can understand why they don't like it. It's strong stuff. Um so yes, the model I yesterday, today really buckled down. I've not tried Raid. I might try that next once this bottle expires. Yeah, that's the main thing is like the stuff that I have will kill them, but I want them to stay gone. And I think a lot of the sprays don't really do that. They're more just like zap the ones that are there. Um so yeah, I went in, got a bunch of work done, and then earlier before we started this, um So I have about 3 dozen bugs and identified issues and things to work on. There's probably a few more than that I haven't picked up on yet. So I would say about 50 or so. So I'm finally at a point where I have a concrete list. So once I can get that worked through, then I think we'll just be in sort of the final polish phase and we can start actually figuring out when this ding dang debut is going to be. Yeah, we might just need to get a trap. Yeah, well, the spray that I have, like, it's odorous. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be. It doesn't keep them away. I'll see about raid potentially, but we'll figure it out. Figure something out. Unfortunately, it is just ant season, so it is not surprising that they are here, though. I don't know. Maybe it's a little worse this summer. The summer's been weird. But yeah, so the model is coming along really well. I'm glad that I can actually like point to a list and say, yeah, here are the things. Here is what we are doing. And then hopefully, and not too much longer, I feel like I keep saying next month for sure, but hopefully next month we'll actually be able to get it done. The one thing that I'm kind of sad about um, is August is around when I would like to start working on the Halloween outfit, right? Give myself plenty of time to have it ready for the start of October, but I'm still working on the model update. And I cannot work on both at the same time. So I don't know if there's going to be a Halloween outfit this year. I don't know if there's going to be a costume. I want to do one, but I still haven't figured out what it's going to be, let alone actually be in a place to start working on it. So we'll have to see. That's going to be a bit of a stretch goal, let's say. But maybe. Maybe. Um, so yeah, I've got the list of everything I still need to do, still want to do. Got a couple of things I'll try and get included, but there are like late additions to the idea. So if I get to them, cool. If I don't, then it's kind of whatever. Or maybe I can just try adding it in a later update. I did have a thought at one point of like, what if I just set a date and then said, well, whatever is done by that date is what we do. And I'm like, no, that never goes well. That never works for anybody that does that. It's just like, yeah, we're just going to set an arbitrary date, and regardless of whether it's ready to go or not, we're just going to do it. And it's like, and then everything went wrong. So no, we'll take our time with it. We'll make sure that it's looking good, and it is. But there's just a lot still to like make sure that things aren't breaking, aren't separating, aren't disappearing, are working the way that they are supposed to. It's a very mixed bag right now, but it'll get there. So yeah, while I was outside today, took a little break from the modeling work, did the ant check, picked some blackberries. Those are coming in really nice now. I got a nice big batch of them today, and I cleaned my bike while I was outside because my poor baby is long overdue for a washing down. So I gave it a good scrub, tried to clean all the grime and dirt and stuff off of it, out of the gears and everything. So it looks much better. It looks much better. Of course, I'm going to take it out tomorrow and immediately dirty it up again, but at least it won't be dirt on top of dirt. So it'll be okay. It'll be okay. It'll be fun. especially if I want to keep doing long rides, I got to keep it in good shape. Um, so yeah, that was pretty much my day. I have pretty much my entire day, like outside of the outside stuff for the last 2 days has been like working on the model, just trying to lug as much of that as possible. And it is nice to have the list because now it's like, okay, here is what I need to do. And if I can knock out a few of these a day, 3 a day, 5 a day, 10 a day, then there is like a quantifiable point at which the model will be ready. And then I'm just testing everything, polishing it up, and getting everything else in motion. It's nice to have, even if it's not concrete, some semblance of the end of the line visible, right? Um, Trying to think if there's any news that came up. My brain is so fried I cannot think of things. Um, I feel like I'm just gonna pass out tonight. It's gonna be ugly. Um, Inside we use Zevo. They use around pets, spray outside with Ortho. Okay. I I'll check for those. I can't remember if can't remember when I was looking into it earlier if those names came up or not. Oh, I know what this was. I wrote down a bunch of timestamps on a post-it note, and I'm like, what was this for? This is why you need to label your notes. Okay. Yes, hopefully no more. Maybe while I'm out on my ride tomorrow, I can stop by a hardware store, see if they have those in stock. That would be nice. I always like being able to just like knock out a little trip like that, little errand run in the process of something else. Um, so yeah, let's see. I will go ahead and say, um, there's almost definitely not going to be game dev stuff this week. I'm just focused on getting the model done. I have not had time to think about game dev stuff really at all. So, like, I want to, but until I have a chance to really sort of sit down and figure out what the next thing to do is going to be, I I just got nothing for it. So, I don't know. Thursday will either be gaming, art, some mix of the two. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out what we feel like doing. But yeah, I just haven't had a chance to really think about the game dev stuff. Well, it's a lot of focus, and the let me see if I can find it. In the same way that I wrote down a list of all the things that I need to do to finish the model, I need to do that with the game dev, right? Not just like a very abstract idea of, oh yeah, I need to do cinematics. It's like, no, we need animations for this. We need this many levels. The levels need these things. You know, here are the concrete things that still need to be done. And we're not necessarily going to have all of it right away, right? I'm sure that list will continue to evolve over time, but right now I don't have one that is like thorough enough that I can say, oh yeah, let's go in and do this. I'm seeing if I can find there's an artist I've been following since high school. Who is on Twitter? Yeah, here he is. I think. Okay, cool. So yeah, he moved over to Blue Sky. Yeah, here it is. So I just want to find it because he made a post. He's also, you know, doing game dev stuff. And he made a post showing like, yeah, so this is my to-do list. Where are you? There you are. So you can see like all of the things that he's going through, all the things that he has knocked out, all the things that still need to be resolved. And, you know, like within each category of abstracts, there's like very specific animations, behaviors, scripts, things that need to be addressed. And I just haven't done that yet. And I haven't made the time to do it. So I want to, I will, but it's probably not, I'm probably not going to be able to actually take the time to do it until after the debut is close to being wound up. It would be nice, but you know what they say about wishes and fishes and all that shit. So later. And this is just me. Imagine if I had to actually like coordinate this shit with multiple people. How do you think that would go? I can barely coordinate myself. One sec. I got a little bit of dinner left over. I just want to cover it. See, I gotta be all cautious and shit so that the ants don't come searching. Little fuckers. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. That's my brain, such as it is. I'm so sorry that you have to see that side of me, but here we are. So for tonight, much more straightforward that we're just going to work on some art. We're going to have a chill time. Probably be a little more low energy, but we'll kind of see how it goes. Sound good? Okay. What am I missing? You are going to come over here. That'll work. Then you'll go away. And that should be good. Yes. Okay. And then I am going to shuffle on over here. Yes. And then we are going to do this button. That's the right scene. Okay, cool. And then where's my tablet pen? There you are. Okay. Might start in with the ships. I know I was Kind of going back and forth last time, thinking about how much I wanted to like put a lot of detail into the rendering of the ships. And I do think I want to keep it pretty simple overall. But maybe we could like, I don't know, shade them at least a little bit, right? I think that would be good, even if we don't go in and do like all of the coloring and detail of them. Okay. So let's try that. I did. I'm happy to report. Start watching uh the new Ghost in the Shell. I'm 2 episodes into that. I really like it. I think it's quite good. It's very interesting. So I think the See, Ghost in the Shell is a very interesting franchise because I think it was originally a light novel. And then it got made into a manga, which, established a lot of its personality. I'm really liking it. It's a lot of fun. It's recognizable if you have watched Ghost in the Shell before. But I think I've talked before about how each version of Ghost in the Shell sort of takes the idea and runs with it in its own way. And I really love that about the franchise. I really love that it sort of gets to reimagine itself and re-represent itself with every telling. Except for one version, you know which one it is. Fuck that. But everything else is really, I really appreciate that part of it. So this version is going back more towards the vibe of the manga. And, they're very particular about getting that, like, 80s manga sci-fi look to it. I think it's quite successful. The animation style is, like, kind of crazy a lot of the time. But I also kind of love it. Like, as much as it goes over the top, a ton, like a lot, it's really well executed and somehow manages to not take you out of it for how much the animation can just be like not at all serious. I think the original movie, which, sort of set the bar for standalone complex to follow, was very serious by contrast. And so even though they're like approaching similar stories, the way that they approach them is very different. So yeah, I'm having fun with it so far. If you're a fan of the old Gits, I would definitely recommend giving it a watch. I think the 4th episode comes out this week. I don't know how many there are going to be. Because it is technically a streaming show. But it's also an anime, so there might be 10 or there might be 13. Who could say? Hello, Sonic. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. So definitely on the up and up there. I've got a joke for you. Okay. What's your joke? I have a joke for you. I read a book on how to scam people. It's been about 6 months since you ordered it. Oh no. Very good. I was watching a video talking about Star Trek. I know we're not talking about Star Wars for once, it's Star Trek this time. Namely, it's what the hell is going on with Star Trek? So apparently, I was not aware of this. The 2009 Star Trek, the one with Zachary Quinto and Chris Pine, and their ensemble, had 3 showrunners. J.J. Abrams was like the big one, right? But there were 2 other guys that he was working with. And one of them was like a big Star Trek fan. Knew the franchise, knew the lore, really like, really, really big on it. And one guy, or, J.J. Abrams, is a big Star Wars fan. And that shows a lot in how they made that movie. And then he went on to do Star Wars 7. It kind of felt like Abrams was using Star Trek as a, his portfolio piece to get the Star Wars gig. But I can't remember his name, but then there was the third guy who was not a big Star Trek guy. Was, as far as I can tell, just kind of there. And Paramount ended up signing a 5-year contract with Mr. Third Guy to be the head of Star Trek Productions, Star Trek projects. So you hired effectively the least qualified guy to run the entire operation for 5 years. And it kind of shows. It kind of shows in the way that the shows have been going. Like, the video only touched on Lower Decks for like a minute, because it's like, yeah, the Lower Decks is the best one. There's not really anything to say about that show. It's just good. It's it's self-referential, it's funny, it's thoughtful, it's good. Moving on to the problem children. I watched the first season of Picard. I thought it was okay. I enjoyed it. But there's definitely a little bit about it that was... And definitely kind of, I got the vibe. I don't know. I got to the end of season one, I was like, I don't really feel like this needs more. And then there were like 2 more seasons. So that was weird. I never watched those. And from what I heard, they kind of weren't very good anyway. So I'm just like, okay, whatever. And then I think I watched like 3 episodes of Discovery and I was like, this sucks. This is not fun. This is not Star Trek. It's just weird. I've heard Strange New Worlds is good, but I haven't watched it. And like, it seems like Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks are like the only good things that have come out of Star Trek, basically since this current crop of projects began. Everything else seems to be just very poorly received. Everyone's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh no. I want to try something really quickly with this. What if we push this to be brighter? Still not really getting like the brights and the darks. Or we're not getting the brights out of this, it's just kind of dark. But what if I were to duplicate it and then set you? That's kind of fun. I like that. That'll work. This stuff has felt like a different franchise. I feel like that's accurate. I feel like that is kind of the thing, and that is the problem with having a showrunner that doesn't really understand Star Trek. Is just they're kind of doing what they want to do without considering if it makes sense for the franchise. And I don't know. It's like, I think Star Wars is pretty flexible, right? Like, you can have a story that is very Jedi centric, very Force centric, basically, like, bordering on magical, right? And then you can have Andor, which is a, like, boots on the ground political drama. And both of them can exist in Star Wars completely naturally. I think Star Trek is less flexible than Star Wars, if only because sort of the scope of the project doesn't feel as big, I guess. I don't know. It's really hard to like pin down why some franchises can be really big and sweeping and some really struggle with that. It's like I've talked before about how I think Halo as a franchise really struggles with the fact that they have the Human Covenant War, which is the most interesting part of the entire timeline. But they resolve that between chronologically Halo Reach and Halo 3. Right? The war ends in Halo 3. It is over. The belligerents are dead. There's nothing else to do there. And they have tried to do things there, right? They have tried to introduce splinter factions and resurgent cell, covenant cells and stuff like that, but it's just not interesting to have, Temu Covenant come back and be like, this time we will win and wipe you out. It's like, okay, guys. Okay, guys. If the entire Covenant couldn't do it over the course of like 30 years, what makes you think you'll do any better? So the franchise is in kind of a weird place of like, well, we don't really have an interesting story to tell, so what are we doing? And they have literally spent 3 games trying to figure that out, and they have not found an answer. Their answer was, we're going to do Halo Combat Evolved again. We already remastered it. Now we're going to remake it. A little bit of what? And hello, Tanetic. Happy Choomsday. Welcome in. Campaign Evolved. Wait, is it out? Did they release it? Oh, it came out today. That's awkward. Was that even on the front page of Steam? Oh, there it is. Man, I glossed right over that. I'm gonna be honest, chat. The only thing that I had seen about Halo in a while was people making comparisons between Cortana's face and Germa. I had forgotten that the game was even a thing. Or not forgotten, but I had completely forgotten about the release date. So I don't know. How is it? Is it any good? What the fuck is going on with this ship? There are shapes, and the shapes are not making sense. Could you please zoom in? Could you please zoom in? Could you please zoom in? I'm gonna shit. So far it's good. That's good. Oh, Johnson? Johnson looks like Steve Harvey. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I guess it's fine. I guess that's fine. Oh, okay, I see. So we've got the middle wing actually comes up like this and meets up with this pylon. So this needs to go like that. And that's what's going on over here. I've just got a bunch of tangenting shapes I'm going to clean up by hand. I think that's going to be my best bet. Watching someone earlier and they said so far it doesn't feel like it's something you need if you've played the campaign before, but for PS users who have never played before, it's a decent door into the franchise. Okay, that's cool. I mean, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I could be all cynical and judgmental and whatever, but I'll let it ride. Good for them, man. All right, let's update our colors here so that they're a little less, that we're using the right things, right? What I think I'm gonna need to do here is more so on the Sentinel ship than on the fighter. I just need to go in and reshape some of this because I just drew it badly. So we're just going to update our colors really quickly. Yeah, I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. I loved Halo back in the day. I just don't really see it doing anything particularly interesting now. Okay. Okay, yeah, I see what I did here. Go ahead and merge it together, and we're gonna try and unfuck this for a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. Some franchises, I think, lend themselves very well to being, you know, infinitely replicable and opening to other avenues and you know, bringing in creative visions for different takes on it. And that's great. And some really do not. And it's hard to differentiate which ones are going to be the former and which ones are going to be the latter. Yeah, Halo to me is very okay. Well, so Halo 4 tried to sort of pivot things back towards the Forerunner by introducing the Didact and having the Protheans or whatever they called the new faction. I don't remember. I don't care. You can correct me and I'll say thank you, but I don't care. um and I have said before and I will say again, like all of the lore stuff they did explaining the ancient conflict between the proto-humans and the Forerunner and the rise of the flood and all that, I'm like, this is an interesting story, but it doesn't feel like a Halo story. It feels like some unrelated sci-fi opera. I would be down with this if it were a different game, but this doesn't make sense for Halo. Make a game around a salvage team post-Covenant War. Salvaging is technically illegal, so it became a smuggling thing. That could be an interesting premise for something. I'm not sure what. I do think, sort of going off of that idea, trying to keep the game centered around Master Chief is kind of self-defeating because, like, Chief's story has been told, and trying to continue to keep specifically him, because I think you could have other Spartans show up, like later iterations of the Spartan program, and that could be an interesting thing. And sort of to your idea, like if the Spartans, if it becomes a big enough problem at some point, the Spartans are sent in to investigate and or resolve the problem, trying to run from a Spartan could be a very interesting boss fight. But I don't know, it kind of self-reports that even they're like, yeah, we don't really like know what else to do with this canon other than Master Chief doesn't afraid of anything over and over and over again. It's like, you guys, I don't know, is there just not another galaxy? Like, is there nothing else to talk about? So, Star Trek, I mean, Star Trek has a very large galaxy and is sort of built around, you know, flavor of the week episodes that explore new premises. Premises? New ideas, new storylines, and sort of, you know, says, well, what if this? What if that? I think that's generally very successful, but it's just like they don't know what they want to do, like what stories they want to explore. So it's weird. It's a weird conundrum that they find themselves in. Let me pour some tea real quick. I've forgotten to do that. The book that starts out that way and the crew finds guilty spark. Why is he not dead? Like, is this set during the games? That doesn't make any sense either, actually. No, that's just weird. I think part of the problem that Halo runs into is, yeah, but then he's just over on the gas giant, whatever it was called. Like, that's where he is in Halo 2, immediately following the events of the first game. The whole first mission as Arbiter is going to deal with the heretics who are listening to Guilty Spark. And Guilty Spark survived Halo's detonation by, I don't know, leaving. He just flew away. But that was a known quantity, even in the first game. For the Ember, yeah, sure, why not? All hail the God Emperor Guilty Spark. Okay, this is making a little bit more sense. I think this needs to be trimmed down. Unrelated, I am excited. I'm going to a show on Friday. In the city. one of the YouTube channels I follow, they're doing a live tour. They're coming to my city, Fredo! So I'm gonna go see them. Cool. Wish they did touch more on the insurrection plots aside from just using to kill the favorite ODST. Or yeah, I don't know. I mean, Bungie never like worked that hard to incorporate any of the plot lines outside of the games, but I think that's also fine. I was talking with a friend about Witch from Mercury stuff. Speaking of the music, and apparently, so I know there was a prequel episode. I watched the prequel episode, but also they did, I guess, some like manga or like reading material. And I hate when they do that. It's always so frustrating when something has like additional material outside of the main line. And they just expect you to go through all of it, like read everything, follow everything, consume all of the things that we put out to be caught up, or you're going to be missing important information. Part of the reason that I never played Mass Effect 3 was because one of the DLCs had mission or story critical content, and I never played it. So I get to Mass Effect 3, and I'm like, okay, but how did this happen? Like, shouldn't this have been something else? I'm gonna be honest, I understand why people really like Mass Effect. And when it's good, it's really good, right? I'm not gonna argue that fact. However, I think they lost the plot. And I'm gonna drop a hot take. I think they lost the plot in Mass Effect 2. I think they set themselves up for failure in the second game, and they couldn't write themselves out of it in the third. I think BioWare's generally strongest writing is their storytelling, or their characters. I think their plot lines are fine. The world building is generally good. But I think a lot of times the actual stories that they come up with are eh. And writing an ending is always hard. You know what? This is why I take multiple screenshots. Oh. Okay. There we go. I understand now. So I'm looking at this like, what the fuck shape am I making here? It's like a fin. Kind of. I mean, it's not a fin, but it's if you squint and use your imagination and temporarily forget what a fin even is, it kind of looks like one.
You're watching this video sitting there. It's your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C, crescent moon ass, scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spot! Damn!
Also, apparently these attach on the end of... Thank you for the reminder. I'm actually doing okay on the posture. I've got my tea. The only thing about the ride on Sunday that was not fun was I tweaked my shoulder during my warm-up. So I went the entire 52 miles with an achy shoulder. I was like, man, it's a good thing bike rides only use the legs. So yeah, Sunday night, I went to bed with an achy shoulder. And then Monday night, I went to bed with anti-anxiety. So I have not been sleeping very well. It's been a little rough. Okay, that's starting to look better. The only thing that's a little bit weird about it, and I don't hate it per se, is there's so much more cast shadow on the underside of the Sentinel ship than the fighter. They feel noticeably different from each other. So I might try and unify the look of it a bit more. There we go. Okay, so then yeah, this shape. Good. Let's get a bit closer, a bit more agreed. Okay, so now there's one more thing I gotta figure out here. The two wing lengths are still not agreeing with each other. How are they like that? Man, perspective fucking sucks. Why couldn't people just have orthogonal vision and figuring out all this perspective bullshit? So annoying. let's shorten this one down a bit. And then this will come up like that. That over a bit like so. You know, I had a realization the other day, because I haven't really looked at much of the new Star Fox stuff. Kind of, I guess, with the mindset of, oh, I might play that one day, so I don't really want to spoil it. And then I was like, wait, one, I've already played this game. I played it like 30 years ago. Two, I don't have a Switch 2, so I'm not gonna play it. So what the fuck am I trying to dodge spoilers for? I think it's just like my default mode. It's just assuming that people are just gonna drop spoilers, so I gotta get all dodgy. I gotta do a barrel roll. Dodge the spoilers. Like Jimothy. Alright, that looks a bit better. See, I'm glad I didn't try and go in and do all of the details for the ship, because, like, we'll definitely do more. But I think this is enough. I think this is plenty to start us off with. Alright, and then let's pull up the solar. Where are you? There you are. I think for now we can start with the symmetrical view. And we'll probably knock it off later particularly once we want to get some of the, like, rim lighting in. But just defining some of the shapes right now, it'll be helpful. Sir, liberty. I wouldn't mind if they put a little Helldivers reference in Campaign Evolved. God, it's still such a stupid name. Okay, good. And then we've got this little canister on the side here. Got plating like that. Good. checked in a minute. I don't think they've said anything more about Kena 2 since the initial announcement, but I should look to see. I like the first game. It's a pretty good Souls type. Here we go. Yeah, this one's a bit interesting just because it's not like it's so rounded compared to the others. Like it's got so many like aerofoil shapes. It's not it doesn't have the same sort of like planar shading that we set up on the first two. It's a lot more just sort of blocking it all out. Can't imagine where they might have gotten the inspiration for this ship, though. Space Tomato did a fun little video being like, yeah, so here are all of the Star Citizen ships that like draw inspiration from some other sci-fi or real world counterpart. It's something like 24 ships. They're very clear in how they draw their inspirations, I feel. But I was making the point that he kind of actually likes the like completely original ships. They have, you know, a look that is all their own, and you can only get so far, like pulling references and paying homage to other people's work, right? At some point, you need to establish your own identity. Like, so this is not the most egregious example, but I am going to bring it up, and I'm, you guys are probably going to be like, boo, but I'm going to say it anyway. So, I'm not sure if it was confirmed, but there was at least a rumor that WoW is adding Jimothy to the game somewhere in some capacity. Which it is certainly not the first meme. It's not even close to the first meme that they have put into the game, right? They've been putting memes in WoW since 2004. So ultimately, it's like, yeah, fine, whatever, just business as usual. But I do think there is a certain amount of value in maintaining a consistency of your world. And I think as you throw memes and stuff, referential stuff like that into the game, it does kind of compromise the consistency because you're bringing in outside influences and real world references that kind of pull people out of the moment and remind them that they're playing a video game. Again, it's not the greatest offender. It doesn't bother me that much, but I did kind of look at it like, at some point your world becomes more of a meme vessel than it becomes a consistent, internally logical existence. You know? I feel like that's kind of the inevitable fate of most MMOs and persistent games, that even when they, initially have a strong personal identity and they know what they're about, they know what they want to do, given enough time, they have a bad habit of kind of devolving into a lot of nothing, shall we say. This has nothing to do with it against Jimothy. I love Jimothy. He is a wonderful little boy out there just doing raccoon things and living his best raccoon life. He just also happens to be shapes. One of the things that I really love about Jimothy, that I think is just so wonderful about him, in this slot-filled bullshit world where you have to second guess every image and video that you get sent, seeing a round little raccoon traipsing across the lawn with a cartoonish gait, and then being told, no, this is an actual fella. This is an actual little guy, and he just is like that. It's just like, oh, there is still magic in the world. Some things can just be good. Jimothy gives me hope. Jimothy reminds me of the whimsy that exists in all of our hearts, and that it can be again. So thank you, Jimothy. I think these are actually working. I think these are looking pretty good. The Sentinel is still a little bit discordant from the others, but it is getting there. Now, what do I want to do? Let's see. This is why I want to take multiple screenshots, but this doesn't really explain it any better. God damn it. All right, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, take this. We're gonna sort of shade this one down a little bit more, get that lighting to be a bit more directional. Catch a little bit of light right off of this back corner. Run over this lip. I think that's coming along well. Good. Yeah. Good, good, good. Think that for a minute. Ooh, yes. All right, yeah, let's go back in here really quickly. We'll go back to Sentinel ship for a minute. So we want to double check. I feel like I didn't take enough screenshots. I should have done more. The other day, I started watching the Wuthering Waves cyberpunk collaboration. I found someone that, you know, posted a playthrough on YouTube and started watching it because I've heard the story for that is good and I was curious about it. And I did not get very far. I kind of got the impression of like, oh yeah, there's some nice story beats in here. There's some cool character moments, but I feel like the point that I got up to was where the story starts to really sort of slow down so that you have a game to play. And I don't know, like Becca goes to the arcade and I'm just like, okay, but when's can we like do the story now? Can we get to the story now? No. No, we're gonna do this whole thing of watching Rebecca play a fighting game at the arcade. Okay. I don't know. I have come to the conclusion that gacha games are not for me. They do not scratch any itches in my brain. Isn't to say that other people can't enjoy them, but I'm decidedly, I think, just not a gacha player. Also, I don't know that I can really say that this is a gacha problem. I feel like it has existed before gacha. But I don't even know exactly what it is, but there's a thing in Wuthering Waves called a tacit discord. I'm just like, okay, so you just like went on the internet and had a generator pick two random English words and said, yeah, that'll work. Like, that doesn't mean anything. That is not that is not a logical string of words. It is just you picked two words and threw them together and said this is a thing now, and it's not. It's definitely not something that, you know, gotchas came up with, but they sure seem to love doing it. And you think I would be more interested in gotchas given that I wouldn't quite say I'm a serial MMO player, but I've been playing MMOs for decades. Off and on, mind you. I have not played like a single MMO for 20 years or something. I'm not sure it's. I guess there are people that'll play a single MMO for 20 years. It's technically possible. I'm just trying to imagine someone not getting bored of a game after that long. I mean, even speedrunners will move on to other games, right? Play one for a while and then be like, okay, I'm good with this. New challenge time. Okay, we're getting there now. I'm feeling better about where this is at. There's definitely a lot of details in the ships that I am omitting, but I think it's gonna just save us a lot of headache and frustration in the long run, you know? But don't do that. Okay, yeah, that works. Okay. I won't do anything with color for these. Let me look at some of the official material. Back on to. I feel like all my ships have at least a little bit of orange on them, so maybe we can bring some of that in. Ooh. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. This kind of fucking hot. I think that works. I think that I feel like that is a good amount of like interest and detail and color without getting like really committal to rendering out the entirety of the ship, you know? Okay. Did a lot of good work on the planet last time. I think we'll leave the rings pretty simple. Like, we could go in and do a lot of rendering on the rings of the planet, really break them up, you know, do the secondary rings and all that, but I don't know. I don't really feel like it needs it. I feel like having them be a bit more graphic really like does the job that it needs. Do you disagree, chat? Do you think it needs more? My nails are still really gross from cleaning the bike. At a certain point, it's just like, yeah, you're just gonna be touching the oily bits. You can't avoid it. Just give up. Your cat's here to knock down. What can I get the most annoying thing about the ants is every time I feel a little tingling sensation, I need to check that it's not an ant. So I'm just like constantly checking myself. And I hate it. Little fuckers. So I'm about to shop for a spring tune-up. They gave back to me the chain the sprockets were sparkling clean. They have a... That makes sense. Like, I tried cleaning it with a sponge and a hose. It's like, yeah, you can't get in there. I suppose if I really wanted to, I could have taken the chain off and tried to clean it more, but I still wouldn't have been able to, like, get in between all the links and do that. Well, I was at... So, on my ride, I went down to the shop because my back tire, you guys might remember, like 2 weeks back or so, I took a nail through it. And they cleaned it up, right? They patched everything up. It looked good. It was back to normal. But it seemed like I had a very small leak because when I went on my ride on Friday, the tire pressure was down to like 30 pounds. I was like, oh, that's not good. So I pumped it back up and it was fine. But then on Sunday, it was like it had already dropped another 5 pounds or something. I'm like, okay, something's weird here. So I took it by the shop and they just put some sealant in the tire. You know, we looked it over, we couldn't find a puncture, so we just put some sealant in. It's like if there's some really small hole, then the sealant will sort of fill it in and hopefully we'll take care of all of it. But you know, when I've had them like replace a punctured tire or whatever, punctured tube, all things like $30 or something. You know, the replacement part, the service, it's like 30. And the guy that I was working with was saying, you guys know those big fuck ass e-bikes, basically mopeds that people ride around now. They're not even bikes, like you don't need to pedal them. They just go. I hate those things. But he was saying, you know, those guys, because they're so much bigger, the tires are heavier, the mechanics are harder. Like the same replacement job, the same repair job is like $75 for those. I don't know. I kind of get it. Like, but I would get really annoyed if I had to do multiple tire repairs a year and I had to pay that much for each one. Really is like, it basically is. And that's the thing that I don't like about them. Like, I understand why somebody would want one, right? It's a relatively lightweight commuter vehicle, makes it easy to get to and from the store, to and from school, work, whatever the case may be. I understand the appeal of them, but I don't think they're roadworthy because I don't think they go fast enough. They don't think they have enough power, but they are way too big and way too fast to go on like the biking pedestrian trails, which is where a lot of people are riding them. Around here, they've actually put up a bunch of signs saying that they're not allowed. It's like, yeah, this is not the vehicle, or this is not a pathway that is designed for a vehicle going as fast as you guys are using them. So stop it. Hey, Konsu. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Though, as I was saying to the guy at the shop, there are also a lot of cyclists that don't properly follow good etiquette either. So it's not really like, it's not necessarily a vehicle problem. It's more of a people problem. I'm doing okay. I'm tired. I have not been getting much sleep the last few days. But hopefully it'll start to turn around. Well, a lot of stuff, but more just not sleeping well. Let's see. How is this working? Yeah, it happens. Okay. That's a better picture. No, could you actually, like, give me the fucking Reddit? Stupid. Alright, that's good enough. just one image reference. Just to say thank you. I'm glad you like it. I think it's coming along pretty well. I'm just taking our time with this one. I did have an idea for the next thing. I guess I'm going to be a little self-indulgent for a while because it's going to be sort of Ghost in the Shell themed, I'm thinking. Yeah, I think that's working. Just try and keep the shading on this side a little bit lighter because it's not going to be quite as compressed. What is going on down here? Working online, need a string, making at night. Pockets entwined, dream of me, young Tokyo tonight. There we go. Like digitally, or are you making toilets? You love me, your Tokyo. A top for the like a seat? Toilet seat? There we go. Yeah. Okay. Oh, like a counter. I guess. I'm sorry, your counter is breaking. That's wild. Well, I wish you luck. It seems like quite the project. Cause I miss you all the time. So, get off. Didn't want yourself to know and let yourself go. No, you didn't lose your self-control. It started to rainbow. Didn't want yourself to go. Yourself go. Let it come along. Good. Yeah, good. These wood products make it suitable for the bathroom. Yeah, the waterproofing might be a more demanding part, but making sure the piping can get through. I don't want someone to call you. Hang on. Need something here. It's good cosplay. You know, when I feel like you didn't let yourself to know, let yourself go. You didn't lose your self-control. Okay. 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 Wait. Wait. Okay. Hmm. Alright, let's try some stuff. See if we can't figure out what we want to do here. So I don't want to draw too much attention to the crotch, but I feel like right now it's just a little bit too... It's missing something. Needs a little bit more to like make it feel it's got good material, good construction. Fucking hate Pinterest. Pinterest used to be such a nice site for getting ideas and references together, and now it's just like, I don't know. So many websites I feel like are just trying to serve their own purpose rather than be like useful. They're trying to serve themselves rather than serve their users. There we go. That's not bad. Don't be slow, step beside me, no time to go. I can't seem to control this and inside me. Yeah. Okay, cool. Quicker outside, thinner inside. Yeah, good. Okay, I like that more. And then think sort of on a similar beat. And come to the outside suit, the outer white suit. And sort of this like stitching lining where it's reinforced. Okay, there we go. Someone come up with a name for the goblin character from last week. I really like her. I was looking around. I was trying to find out, so like if I wanted to make a D&D character, what would I do with her? And someone actually made a merchant class. It's like a homebrew class and loaded it up to the D&D wiki. So there are options. But it says, you know, at the top of the page, it's like, consult with your DM before using this, because this is not official. That seemed decently well balanced. Unfortunately, I think if you're wanting to do something more sort of like normal, sort of out of the box, you'd probably either go with some sort of rogue or artificer, but none of the defaults for those seem particularly mercantile. The closest on rogue side, now that I think about it, I don't know if there was actually an official one, but there's the inquisitive subclass, which seems to be all about like reading people to find weaknesses and exploitations. So that's kind of there, but then a lot of it just kind of boils down to, yeah, you get more sneak attack options, or you get better checks against your target. It's like, okay, sure. It's not bad, it's just not super interesting. Would really like something a little bit more. And then Swashbuckler is just, it's a pirate. Which, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with a good pirate, but I don't think that really translates to, you know, the merchant side of things that I would want to go with. So I don't know. Maybe she just won't be. Maybe she just won't be a playable character. I've already got like 4 pocket characters, so I don't really need one. Rogue High Wisdom expertise and insight and super good at reading people. Yeah, that seemed interesting. Potentially good. One thing. So, I was talking with my brother about D&D stuff, and he made a very interesting point that in a lot of instances, you're playing D&D, and you have your character who is good at non-combat stuff, right? And then you have a grog or something, musclehead who is just about beating shit up, and you're going through dialogue sequences, you're going through stealth sequences or investigations or whatever, and your rolls go badly, and now you're in combat, and it's the musclehead's time to shine. But it kind of feels like the consequence for bad rolls tends to be you get into combat when you didn't want to be in combat. So either the game presents you with a deliberate combat sequence, at which point it's the musclehead's time to shine, or the combat specialist time to shine, or you have a non-combat section of the game, and then things go south, and now you're in combat and it's the combat specialist time to shine. It's kind of hard to be a non-combat specialist and have as much opportunity as a combat specialist, because the game kind of just presents more opportunities for the fighters. Not the literal fighter class, but people that like to fight. It's a plot. Protect your tank build and start away because the indie group is starting a new campaign. Nice. Getting burnt out by life and someone else is stepping up. Nice. Desert survival. Desert survival is a fun. Well, survival maybe, but deserts are always a fun setting. It's that general vibe of the environment itself is trying to kill you. It just makes things interesting. Shit, that reminds me. Oh, my brother a drawing. I will have to get to that when I can. Oh! There's always more to do, god damn it! Just immediately in the nice. Look, the fate said you get to be OP. Don't go against the fates. Bad shit happens. Speaking of the fates, Hades 2 question, without any spoilers. Do we ever find out what's going on with Malinois's arm? 15, 17, 17, 15, 3. That's a pretty good tank. Bit of a chud, but he gonna hit good. Just a second life. I think barbarian because we have IRC. See, I feel like we need a better term than AC. Because it just sounds silly to be like, yeah, your barbarian has better armor than a plated fighter. It's like, that's not what it is. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? I'm doing something wrong. Hang on. Okay, well, you know now you gotta say everything with bub at the end. You have condemned yourself to that fate. I hope you enjoy it. Please look forward to it. There we go. All right. Yeah, I think this upper part just needs to be more, what's the word? Solid? Less fabricy. More like, not quite a shell, but definitely like solid in its construction. Sorry, looking for a song. Where are you? Can't find it? We're gonna do this one instead. Well, that would make it interesting. That looks good. There we go. Yeah, I'm working with my roommate to play some Twilight Sword next month, which I have not played before, but it sounds very interesting. If I recall correctly, we were talking about a couple of different games. I think Twilight Sword does not have a death mechanic. It has a KO mechanic. You can get knocked out of a fight, but your character only dies if you decide that they die. Like if this is a good story beat moment for your character to die, then you can go out in a blaze of glory, or choose how you want to do it. But there's no built-in system that's like, your character is dead, you need to make a new one. So I don't know, I think is interesting. Like, it doesn't, you can always just homebrew it or home rule it to be like, no, we're still gonna have death mechanics. But I kind of like, I don't know, that's one of the things I like about tabletops, is you can just play it as the group wants to play it, right? If you want to be more mechanic heavy, you can. If you want to be more punishing, you can. If you want to be very sort of easygoing and narrative, that's an option too. There is no like single version of the game that is, on the live server and everyone needs to play this version and that's all you get. But apparently, I think it was on the Epic Game Store, Elite Dangerous had a problem for years where some users were still downloading like the pre-Odyssey expansion version of the game. Like, it just never updated their client to the modern version of the game. And it's like, how? So they rolled out a fix for that. And now everyone is on the live build of the game, which is good. But it's kind of wild that for years you had this subset of the community, and for a while, I think they have made it at this point that you basically need to have Odyssey to like play the game fully or properly. But for a long time, back when they introduced the Horizons update, that was effectively optional. And they said, okay, well, if you want to be able to descend to a planet and do planet things, you need to get Horizons. Otherwise, you can just look at the planet from space like you could before. And when they released Odyssey, it was the same thing. It's like, I think they just standardized Horizon into the base game. So everyone had Horizons, and then if you wanted to do the on-foot stuff in Odyssey, you need to buy that expansion. And I don't know if they've standardized Odyssey at this point, but I don't think they have. You can still play Horizons version found on... Really? Look, correct me if I'm wrong, the planet tech and everything is still updated, right? Like, you're still effectively playing the live version of the game, you just can't do some of the things mechanically without getting Odyssey. Is that right? Also, all of the like new ships and everything that they've been adding over the last 2 years or so require Odyssey. So you're playing a rapidly outdated version of the game. But yeah, Elite is unusual in that way, I would say. I guess, like, shit, I don't know what... If you were to play WoW without getting the expansions. I don't know what it would do. I know 14, because of the way that they cordon off all of the expansion areas, you know, there's usually some access point that you have to go through and talk to somebody to go into the new areas. So if you know, at this point, the free game goes all the way up through Shadowbringers, and pretty soon it'll probably go through Endwalker. But that would actually be insane now that I think about it, because they're basically saying, yeah, here's like the 10-year storyline. You can just play that for free if you want. We don't care. Not a terrible idea, to be honest, but kind of wild that they would go that far. Anyway, so yeah, if you have the base game and you have Heavensward, but you haven't bought Stormblood yet, you know, you could get all the way through the Stormblood storyline, or the Heavensward storyline, and then, you know, go talk to the NPC that would let you into Stormblood, and nothing would happen because you haven't unlocked it. But you would still see all of the players that are up into Dawn Trail. You would see their armor. You would see, you know, the content of the game ahead of you. You just can't access any of it. You can't have any of it. So I guess it's kind of a similar situation to that. It's just, I don't know. Elite feels a little strange, I think, just because it's weird to have a sandbox, but then, like, the sandbox just isn't accessible. You're just flying around the sandbox, and then you just bounce off part of it because it's like, oh, you haven't unlocked it. It's a weird vibe. But yeah, back to the original point. Tabletops is just like, yeah, here's sort of the base rule book, or the base rule set that we're using. And then we're going to make this change and that change, and we're going to make this behave like this instead. And we're, you know, Tim over here just wants a completely different job. So we're just going to let him do his thing. You know, we vetted his custom class and it's fine. So, you know, he's a Dino Wrangler now. Because why not? Speaking of 14, I was talking with my roommate over the weekend about the FanFest stuff. And they had a much better read of some of the content, or some of the stuff that they were talking about in the keynote, that I just like did not pick up on it at all. So they were talking about updates to, or like a sort of new, say new, way that they were structuring the leveling process. So, you know, for, I have to go back and think through this, but so when you start the game, you can start one of 3 starting cities. And each of those, you know, depending on the class that you start with. And each starting city has its own storyline until the events converge around level 15 or so. Heavensward is completely linear. So everyone, at level 50 going into level 51 goes into the same zone and same order of areas that you level through and progress the story. Same thing in Stormblood. And then Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawntrail all have 2 areas that you level in, and that will get you up to the X1, 71, 81, 91 level dungeon, right? So you'll do area A, then you do area B, or you can do area B to area A, and by the end of that, you'll be at level to do the first dungeon of the expansion. And you're like, okay, cool. So the way that they were explaining it sounded a lot like more of that, right? It's just like, okay, so we'll have 3 areas and you can go to area A first, area B first, or area C. Or, you'll funnel in through area A and then you go to B, C, or D in any order. And once you complete that, you can go back and do the other one in whatever order that you want. And so I'm sitting there, and I think a lot of the audience was sitting there going, okay, but we've done this. Like, you're talking about this like it's something new, and it's not. And they spent a long time talking about it. I'm like, why is this special? Like, why are you focusing on this as hard as you are? My roommate, thankfully, did pick up on why it's interesting. So, like I was saying, in the previous expansions, there would be 2 areas. You can do them in either level, or you could do them in either order, and then that would funnel you up to the first dungeon. In this, each area has its own dungeon, right? So you go to area B, that has a dungeon. That gets you up to level 102 or whatever. And then you go to area D, and that has a dungeon. And that gets you up to 104. And then you go to area C, and that has a dungeon, and that gets you up to 106. But, you've chosen to go in the BDC order. Someone might go in DCB order. So you would be level 104. Someone else is going to be entering this 3 or 4 levels below you. But the dungeon's content is going to scale to match the skill and power level of your party, regardless of the level that you are coming in at. So they're working on a way to make the content adaptive. And that's interesting. Because that means that they can make content that isn't, rigidly requiring certain party compositions, certain levels. They can have it be much more open to what it is you're bringing. And that also ties into, they're talking about we're going to allow you to come in with your Chocobo companion as a party member. So you only really need 2 players, and then each of you can bring your Chocobo. But the Chocobo isn't going to automatically fulfill whatever role you are missing as a group. It has its own stat sheet. So then the content is going to need to adapt to the fact that you came in with 4 DPS instead of the normal tank, healer, 2 damage dealers. So they just explained it really badly, but the idea itself and what they seem to be shooting for is quite interesting. Unfortunately, like I was saying, I think they just didn't have as much ready to go or as far along as they were hoping to. So they really did not give a lot of specifics on what Evercold is going to like do mechanically. So hopefully they will fix that soon. But we kind of left with a lot of question marks and speculation. But we'll see. Shall see. All right, good. All right. We'll take a minute to do some stuff with the face, I think. Haven't really spent much time in here. Comes a to self. There comes a time for a hero to die. Was born again. Another man. Another funeral. I don't wanna be a hero anymore. And I don't wanna be a hero anymore. I watch the sun go down. I just wanna watch the pain clouds. As long as there's a time, this time now. Come the time for a hero to die. Born again. Na, na, na. I don't wanna be a hero anymore. Anymore. I don't wanna be the hero. I just wanna watch the sun go down. Just wanna watch the painted clouds passing on this desert town to the stars. I don't wanna be a hero anymore. I don't wanna be a hero anymore. I don't wanna be around and watch the sun go down. I just wanna watch the painted clouds passing down this desert town to the stars. What is this? I think it's some leftover. Body get out of me. Good. I think I'm just gonna get rid of this bit. I think the shape is already pretty good. I'm just trying to clean it up just to get rid of that. Yeah. There we go. Man, I love Ghost in the Shell. I don't know. I'm just looking at the coloring and lighting for this. I'm like, this feels very Ghost in the Shell, but I think that kind of makes sense. I'm kind of pulling from a similar like style and time period. I think No Man's Sky's a little bit older. It's more like 70s era, but both a very similar vibe overall. Well, there you go. There's one shot in the show. I say there's one shot in the show. There's like 50,000 shots in the show that are stunning, but there's a really good shot of like the Tokyo mega city in the background, and it's like sprawling. Oh, what's the word? It's almost like an ecumenopolis. It's not, the entire planet, but it's just like city built on top of city on top of city. And it's just an endlessly deep sprawl. And I'm like, wow, that's cool. I'm sure it kind of sucks to actually live in, but it looks really cool. I don't even want to live in a modern city. I can't imagine living in a mega city. I like being able to visit cities. I want to live in the city. Too crazy. Too much going on. Too busy. Too noisy. Just frustrating. I feel like city living, it's just a certain type. There are certain things that you just get used to doing. But I don't know. I'm not comfortable with it. Even when I was in Japan, I wasn't technically like I was on the edge of Tokyo, but I was not in Tokyo. So I never like had to deal with living in the city proper. I cannot imagine what that is like. Just being surrounded by 10 million people. What is the population of Tokyo now? It's something insane. Well, and if we talk about the greater Tokyo area, right? Because it's like a lot that there's Tokyo, the city, and then there's Tokyo, the greater metropolitan area. History, demographics? Yeah. Okay, so 2020 census put the Tokyo metropolitan area at 13.98 million people. So it's definitely over 14 million people at this point. That's too many people. That's so goddamn many people. This part's still a little weird. One thing I think I have a hard time with, I can do better. Like, there are ways to get around it. But when something is just line work, there are some details that are very hard to weight correctly, right? Like the planar difference of the nasolabial fold, right? Sort of the inside of the cheek as it wraps over the cheekbone and meets up with sort of the cone underneath the nose, the muzzle. Like, it's a very subtle curve, right? It's a very subtle plane shift. But if you were to try and depict that with lines, it makes the character look very old. Or I should say aged, because you typically don't start to get like a distinct wrinkle or planar break there until until a person is getting on in years, shall we say. Or is very, very weathered. But with planes, when you're actually like painting the lighting, painting the planar break, rather than just depicting the planar shape with a line, you can do a very subtle difference that balances it more easily. At least that's true for me. I'm sure there are people that know how to make it work. But it's definitely something that I find challenging, like when I'm doing my sketch work. There's a lot of stuff that I kind of leave out because, like, yeah, this is just not going to look good as lines. And it's just going to be, like, too heavy. Will you stop? Thank you. Now, there are things that you can do, right? You can have different line weight. One thing that I'm kind of a fan of is different line color, right? So something is like not as solid of a shape using a more pale version of the color, a different color to sort of distinguish that it's a different material. So there are things that you can do that I think would help that problem, but I don't know. It's like trying to describe it without as many dimensions to work with, you know? Having light and color is like going from 2D to 3D. Light is very, very limited in that regard. Good. Where'd my water go? There you go. Oh, what the fuck is that? Alright, hang on. I suppose it's a get to a later thing that we're getting to right now. Here's a YouTuber I watch named Kyle Hill. Insanely smart guy. Does a lot of science videos. Was doing a lot of like, I guess you could call like pop culture science videos, like fact checking fact checking, I guess. Some of the like science fiction, or, you know, the science and Fallout, stuff like that, right? Um, I would say he still does some of that, but I think he has shifted a lot of his focus over more into science education, and he's really good at it. So I'm happy that he's fighting that fight. But um, where was I going with this? Oh, right. I remember at one point, as he started doing some streaming stuff, and he was just like, "No, I'm not gonna call you guys chat. It's weird. It's I'm not gonna like refer to some ambiguous hive mind of you guys." And I think that lasted like 2 months, and then he started calling chat chat. It's it's hard not to, frankly. What am I doing with this shape? I like it, but let's make it a bit, not just bigger, because I don't want it to be like sticking out from the elbow too far, but I do want it to be wider. I want it to be wider. Hmm. Hold on. Yeah. Frankly, I think Elite Dangerous still has one of the best community call signs. I don't know, nothing else to me sticks quite as well as Commander. You know, Fall Fantasy has adventures, Dune Awakening has sleepers, but I don't know, for some reason, like no other like community name like that. Do I feel like I can just go into a Discord server, go into a chat and be like, "Hello, commanders," and everyone will just be like, "Yep, that's it, that's us." It's like, yeah, Full Fantasy is adventurers, but also Warriors of Light, which is weird. But technically, we're both, even though there's only really supposed to be one Warrior of Light, but don't worry about it. No, Commander just works. It just works. There we go. And then, what the fuck am I doing here? I ask myself that a lot. I still don't have an answer. True. Very true. That feels better. I was playing it out on Discord, but Twitch was showing off a feature that they added where you can voice activate a clip recording. Like you can I don't want to accidentally activate it, but you can just say Luigi, record that. And Twitch will automatically do it. Which, I don't know, I guess they're already listening. Yes, that. Thank you, Nature. It's like they're already listening. They have some sort of algorithm that's already listening to the audio for the stream. So I guess it's like, well, we're already listening in. We might as well make it a feature. I haven't tried using it. I don't know how well it actually works at like auto-detecting when to start and stop the clip. But I don't know. I don't hate it, to be honest. Because certainly as a streamer, you don't want to, you know, have something interesting happen and then you have to like stop doing the stream and tab over to Twitch and try and, you know, open up the clip interface in time and spend like 2 minutes doing that. To have something that'll just automatically grab it for you is, admittedly, nice. So I definitely don't hate it. It's just it's a little strange. It's a little strange to me that they just kind of admit it. Chat, I'm gonna take just like a quick 2-minute break. I'm gonna get up and stretch a little bit, walk around. I would say it's a good opportunity, everyone. Do the same. Get something to eat, something to drink, stretch, use the bathroom, whatever you gotta do. I'm gonna run a couple of ads while I'm gone. And when we get back, we will keep going. Sound good? All right, let me put the banner up and I'll see y'all momentarily. the sorry about the chat. I'm back. Did everyone have a good 3-minute break instead of 2? Right, put that down. I don't have a song queued up. I guess not. Oh! No, I did. There we go. So, I was watching a video earlier talking about Saturn's rings. Some new research simulations have sort of figured out what they think happened. That at one point, Titan and Hyperion were two differently proportioned moons, and they collided with each other. And Titan got away with the lion's share of the material, but the sort of change of the orbital mechanics and the balance of gravity and everything ended up pulling another planet into Saturn's Roche limit and tearing it apart and creating the rings that we see now. So they're only about, they estimate, about 100 million years old, which on a cosmic scale is like no time at all. Learned that I need to go see Doomsday at Regal Cinema because I have a special Magic the Gathering promo. Mage. Mage. My dude. You don't, though. You can fight it. You're stronger than that. I believe in you. I'm not. I believe in you, Mage. There are people that care about you. Don't do this. Anyway, the point that I want to make, so my recollection was like Earth has 1 moon, Mars has 2, and Jupiter has like 14, and then Saturn is like crazy. It has like 30 something moons. So they've been finding more, getting probes out there, better optics. We've been finding a bunch of moons that they didn't know about before. So the Saturn system is currently up to 1 planet and about 230 moons of varying sizes and shapes. Which is just like, what the fuck are they doing over there? Is it at least a good promo card? Like, is it cool? The art isn't published yet. Mage. I suppose it's not that big of a commitment. Let's go see the movie. I don't know when I'm going to see Doomsday. I'll probably go watch it. I don't know if I'm going to bother to go to the theater for it. Probably not. I think the only movie that I'm like, yes, I want to go see this in theaters is probably going to be Dune Part 3. Just because I went to see Part 2 in theaters and that was a good experience. Well, watching the movie was a good experience. The theater itself, and it wasn't like it was a bad theater, it's just the experience of going to a theater these days feels so crowded. Like, it's not crowded because there's a bunch of people. It's crowded because there's just so much, like, so many ads, so much noise, so much extra shit on top of seeing the movie. You know? 14-year hobby is weak shit like this. Have to already drive half an hour to go here. May as well go a bit extra. I guess? I don't know. I don't have the card game bug, so I can't speak to it, but you know what bug I wish I still had? I wish I had the Lego bug. I fucking love Legos. And no one get on my case about the plural thing. I don't give a shit. I love Legos. They're so much fun. They're so cool. They were my favorite toy growing up, hands down. And there's been a bunch of back and forth of what's the word? Like, are Lego actually more expensive now than they used to be? Like, you know, you count for inflation, everything. Are they? Is it actually worse? I feel like it's one of those things where you can tell, you can show people the data all you want, but the sentiment is that they cost more. It feels that way, and you're going to have a hard time convincing people otherwise. There was a really cool set of the Razor Crest from Mandalorian. There's one right now that's not as good. This was a really immaculate set with a bunch of greebles and just all kinds of detail, etc., etc. It was like $600. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Like, you could get a computer, not necessarily a super strong one, but you could get like a whole ass computer. The Traveler, the thing that I'm running the stream off of right now, cost me $300. About that. So I could buy 2 Travelers, maybe not anymore, but 2 Travelers, or 1 Razor Crest Lego set. I'm like, like, yes, the special sets have always been kind of crazy over the top, but like, one of my favorite sets way back in the day was the Republic gunship from Attack of the Clones. I will throw a lot of shit at the prequel series, but their vehicle designs were really cool, and I really love their Republic gunship. Still do. And that was no slouch of a Lego set, right? It had a lot of detail. It was big, and that cost like $90. Even accounting for inflation, I don't think it would go over 200. Maybe it was. Maybe I'm underappreciating inflation, but still, like, it was the kind of thing that you could absolutely look at getting as a Christmas set, right? A special event treat for yourself. Trying to convince yourself that you can do that with a $600 set is like, no, no, you're not doing that. So I don't know. I miss Lego. I wish I could justify buying more Lego sets because they're cool. They're fun. This is looking good. I like where it's getting to. I do want to touch this up because it's a little funky. Speaking of which, at some point I should watch The Mandalorian and Grogu. Also, the Avatar movie finally came out. For realsies, not the leak. So I should watch that. I started watching, I just watched a little bit of it before the stream started. I want to catch the rest of it later. YouTube channel called Mother's Basement started or made a video talking about the second season of the Netflix Avatar show. Alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a really good midweek. We'll catch you next time. Everyone say goodnight. So yeah, he was doing a video talking about the second season of the Netflix Avatar Last Airbender adaptation. And I was like, wait, they did a second season already? Well, that doesn't bode well. I didn't realize the first season was out, and apparently they got all the way to season 2. And it's not good. It's got some good visuals from the look of it, but the story just gets cut the fuck up. It's not a good look, narratively. I don't know. This is one of those weird things where it's like, why are you doing an adaptation? I know why you're doing an adaptation. The answer is money. They want money. And frankly, Paramount is leaning really hard into Avatar right now. You know, they've got the Last Airbender movie, they have the Netflix adaptation, they have Seven Havens coming out in the not too distant future. I don't think they've set a date for that. I would have to double check the trailer. So, you know, they're putting a lot of weight into the Avatar franchise right now. Which I'm gonna be honest, does not bode super well, because I feel like anytime a corporation like starts leaning really hard into an IP, it tends to start to suck. Looking at you, Star Trek. But like, we've talked about this before, that if you're doing an adaptation, I feel like you need to do something that sets it apart from the source material, right? You know, they adapted The Martian and Project Hail Mary into movies. So they add the ability to levy, you know, a strong visual audio suite to bolster what the book is not able to do on its own. So if you're making a cartoon into a live action show, what about it are you doing that you weren't able to do with the cartoon? And both back in the day when Shyamalan did his piece of shit movie, and now with this, it feels like they're making changes to the storyline without necessarily understanding why the story had the beats in the first place. So they're kind of just butchering it. And yeah, the visuals are nice, so that's appreciated, but it's also not like worth the cost of admission. I would rather see them, and you know, they are doing another animated series, but I don't know, it doesn't serve a purpose. I guess the only thing that it really does is potentially introduce Avatar to an audience that wouldn't have watched the cartoon, which is not a terrible thing, but one, you're weak. Two, the impression that the new audience is getting is not very good because the story is all fucked up. So what are you accomplishing here, guys? It just becomes another wishy-washy Netflix adaptation. Throw it on the pile. And then light the pile on fire, because no one wants to see that shit. Okay. I need to work on this ding dang backpack because, my goodness, as Hama might say. Also, did you guys know that if you moisturize tortilla chips, they get really weird? I didn't until now. And I am an old gem filled with regret. It kind of feels like eating cardstock. It doesn't taste bad. It just the texture's ruined. Just one communication. I'm thinking about, because we were talking about Star Trek earlier and how a lot of their recent attempts with Star Trek have not felt like the show, the franchise that people know and love. And think about Gundam. Because Gundam is doing this New Orbit or whatever. I think it's New Orbit. The new game, and then Zarks or whatever is tied into it. It's the same universe. So like it's a big sort of new continuity for their 50th anniversary. And it seems like there's aliens, some sort of invasive alien species that has corrupted the Earth and made it uninhabitable or unfriendly to habitate. I don't know. It's not Gundam. It's not Gundam in its vibes. It's not Gundam in what Gundam tends to like focus on or think about. You know, Gundam at its heart is a war story, right? It is about the horrors of war and the costs of allowing violence to fester in the heart of humanity. That's what it has been since 1979, and what most of the shows have dwelled on and explored in some way or another to varying degrees of success. And I think a really good example of that actually is Gundam 00. So the first season of Gundam 00, I've not gone back and watched it in a while. It might be one of those things that you go back and you're like, But at least at the time, was really good. So it was not in any of the established canons. It was not Universal Century. It was, I think it was just like the future. Like it was just the future of our timeline. And essentially there was this sort of secret plan in place. Spoilers, by the way, for Gundam 00 that if you haven't watched it, spoilers are up. So the whole sort of premise is this organization sets a plan in motion to sort of use the Gundams, use these super powerful mobile suits to force humanity to ally against them, right? They're so overly powerful compared to everyone else's military forces that it requires a unified human front to stand a chance of not just falling to oppression at the hands of this organization. The sort of twist being that the members of the organization that had signed up for this didn't know that they were going to be sacrificed on the pyre. And so the ending of the first season is very tragic, right? But you kind of find out this was the plan all along, right? You were all going to be the stepping stone by which humanity would move forward. And then there was the second season. And the second season was not nearly as good. It was not very good. There's like one scene in the second season that I think was quite well executed, but yeah, for the most part, it's not good. And then there was a movie. And the movie, and they kind of set this up in the second season, but the movie reveals that the individual and his accomplices, back when they were sort of getting this whole plan in motion, had discovered aliens residing in the clouds of Jupiter, and knew that if humanity was going to stand a chance of surviving once they reached space and became an interplanetary species, that they would need to be better than they were. And so they set this whole plan in motion to accelerate the evolution of the human race and make them a viable candidate for an interplanetary species. And I'm just like, bro, why aliens? Why did you pull the alien card? You didn't need that shit. Like, it was already working fine, and then you just dumped that in there. And the movie did not pay it off. The movie was dumb. I don't know that anyone really, like, enjoyed the movie. It was a thing that happened, for sure. And I don't know, if they can still sort of keep to that feeling, that idea, while, you know, the introspection of, you know, war and the cost of violence, while having aliens, you know, a lot of post-apocalyptic stories do kind of revolve around the idea of, you know, some cataclysmic event has pushed humanity to the brink, yet in spite of the need to band together to solve the problem, everyone just continues to claw at each other to get whatever scraps that they can. Like, there's definitely a story to be told there. There's something that they could do that I think could be interesting, but it remains to be seen, and I'm they will have to convince me that they know what they're doing with this. As much as I liked Witch from Mercury, you know, I think the character writing was solid. I think the premise was interesting. I think some of the story beats were well executed, but I think it missed the mark in a lot of places. And I think it just, some things it just needed more time to explore the ideas before. I think it was like 23 episodes. A lot of Gundam series are like 40 or 50. There's one point where a character arrives on Earth and sort of sees the consequences of what all the big noble families up in orbit are, you know, doing to the people trying to eke out a living on Earth. But they only look at it for like one episode. So, like, it never gets the opportunity to really consider anything or provide character growth. It's just kind of like, oh no, the consequences of our actions anyway. Wow, war really is bad. Anyway, robots. I don't know. Am I being mean? Am I being overly judgmental? Maybe. But I think you can do better. I think I don't know. I'm of a mindset that I think if you're going to do something with a franchise, if you're going to do something with an idea, an intellectual property, a franchise, whatever you want to call it, like you should have something that you want to do with it. I don't think we want to make money as a valid reason to drag it out in front of an audience again. I know for a lot of people it is, but for me that argument doesn't hold water. But I'm one of those namby-pamby creative types. I'm not here for making oodles of money. I guess I'm just weird like that. What do you want? Speaking about making a shitload of money, did anything ever happen with that Spaceball sequel? Are they still working on that? I know they were talking about it for a while, and then I feel like it kind of went quiet. I'm not sure on news, I think it's still happening. Okay. I do feel like that is one of the ones is like as tongue-in-cheek as it is, I would still kind of imagine that they have some idea in mind of what they want to do with it conceptually. I'm curious. I'll be curious to see what they do. You know what I would kind of hope from them? I want them to just do ILM model work like they did for the original movie. Like, even though ILM has all of these hyper fancy 3D models and everything, like they still just play it old school. Just for the vibes and the funny. I feel like that would be great. I feel like that would be a super funny way to approach it. Okay. So yeah, sounds like they're still working on it. It's just gonna probably take a while. Well, there you go. I would be very interested on the 10-year anniversary of No Man's Sky for Hello Games to say, howdy, travelers. As of 10 years, the entire community and all of your efforts have discovered X% of the known universe. Because there's multiple galaxies in No Man's Sky. There's like 3, I think. And each one has a metric fuck ton of star systems. I'd be very curious to see how many have been cataloged and recorded after 10 years of work. So I think Elite Dangerous is still like less than 10% of the entire Milky Way after 12 years of play. And that's with all the exploration drives, that's with colonization, improved jump ranges. There's just so many. Though I was watching one of Commander Burr's videos, and he was saying with a Caspian, a well-outfitted Caspian, you can go from the bubble to Colonia in like an hour and a half. I'm like, that's absurd. Because Colonia is like 20,000 light years away. And you can just do that in like not even an afternoon. That's wild to me. It used to be. You want to go out to Colonia, that was a commitment. You were saying, yeah, I'm going to be out there for a while. I'm going to be playing Colonia content for a while. And I'll catch y'all later. And I guess now, not as much. I guess it's good. I'm just looking for something to put on. Okay. It's looking pretty good. Nice. Nice. I'm gonna flip it. I haven't flipped the image in a while. Make sure everything's looking good. Mostly, however, comma, this eye is looking a little tilted. A little bit. A little bit. This. I think compared to a lot of my drawings, this one's looking pretty good even after we invert it. So I don't really want to rotate. I just want to kind of slide it up so the plane of the face is a bit more aligned. Yeah, I think it looks good. I do hate how much Clip Studio like fuzzes its transforms. It loses a lot of sharpness. Damn shame. Okay, so now I've got a bit of an issue, but I think I know how I can fix it. I'm just gonna do this, and then we're just gonna grab this, do the rest, merge it in, and now we can merge this down. Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, let's just trim a little bit of the cheek off here. Move the face down ever so slightly. I also heard a rumor from someone that they were considering reviving The Expanse as a TV show. This is like 2 books that the shows didn't cover. More or less. So, like, they picked a good stopping point for the show, but there's some consideration afoot, I guess, of do we want to go back in and cover the parts that we didn't get to? Which I would be for. I still need to sort of get back onto reading the books. I don't read very much. I should read more, but I don't, but I should. And what reading time I do have has been dedicated to another book. I'm not even gonna make any like commitments to finishing X books by the end of the year, because knowing how my schedule is and how I'm gonna prioritize things, I'm not gonna set myself up for failure like that. I certainly could, but I would need to make the time for it, and that is not something that I am going to promise. There's a certain smarmy AI once said, "Don't make a promise if you know you can't keep it." Yeah, that looks better. That's much nicer. I love it. I love it. Put on a shirt. Okay, the rest of it's looking pretty good. Man, I like how those ships came out. Those feel good. What is going here? Do something like this. There we go. Yeah. And then we just kind of trim that down. I don't want, the thing is, I don't want the tangent or the halo to tangent into this disc, right? Okay. And then we're just going to do one of these. Let's trim that down a little bit. Trim this down on the side. There we go. Good. I'm just gonna wrap this up over here. Well, I think, as I was kind of saying, I think there's a good chance we can finish it this week. And at the rate that this is going, yeah, I'm pretty confident in that. I think we can, I think we've hit most of the drawing tonight. And then Saturday will just be cleanup. Still not sure what we're gonna do on Thursday. I don't know. Maybe we'll play Hades. Maybe we'll jump in and play a little something else. Just to sort of keep things going. Don't do that. Don't do that. Nice. Good. Okay, and then this is the shoulder pad. I was looking at it for a second, like, what am I doing here? What am I working with? Good. There we go. That's at least cleaned up now. It's not done. It's not good, but it's cleaned up. All right. So I want to clean this up a little bit more. I'm going to leave some of the fine polish stuff for next time just because right now I want to make sure we get all of the ideas sort of on the board and we don't forget anything. So what's the part that I want to be sure to hit on? So it's in some of the promo work. Wrong thing. Like various box art and whatnot. But the sort of idea that I want to try and replicate, I'm gonna play around with this a little bit and sort of find what's gonna be best balance here. Hmm. All right. Sentinel, help me help here. There you go. Where did that go? Yeah, and some of the box art, they have sort of like various patterns and whatnot that are going on. And then it also kind of reflects what the various like trade lane indicators that are in the game, you know, sort of these arcs through space that connect the various planets and station together. It just seems like a fun sort of thing to fill some of the space with. Keep it pretty subtle, right? Don't want to be distracting. Actually, I think that works pretty well. Can set to overlay. No, let's keep it where it is. I think that's pretty good. If I kept going, if I don't get up tonight, if I ride this to the edges, to the darkness, to the light, gotta find me home. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty sweet. Just a nice little extra touch of detail, right? Just flip it back before I forget. Okay. Honestly, I thought that might take a little bit longer. But if there's no answer, no, just us that have to fight. What is this? Oh, that's the sketch layer. We got the references. I'm just labeling all my layers really quick. There we go. It's important to keep things organized. I just wanted to make sure the symmetry wasn't still on. That would be tragic. End up doing a bunch of work and then realize I've been painting over shit. Good. Cool. Yep. Let's see. Already. Sure, why not? Good. Come on in, I wanna take you in the middle. I can feel your power. So good, I wanna take you there. Yes. I hear you. Yes. Good. Just trying to get all that nice construction detail into it, right? Yeah, good. Oh, yes, okay. So, speaking of getting the detail in, these guys. Good. Sort of slightly, quite strong. There we go. Some of this around that side. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That looks good. So I had these little like triangular vents under them last time. I think we can do something better. I think we can do something a little bit more fitting, maybe? Hmm. What do we want to do? All right, we this on a separate layer and we can play around with some ideas perhaps. So yeah, before it was just like that kind of shade, which was fine, but I think we can do something better. Let's see. It's gotta be strong and it's gotta be fast and it's gotta be fresh from the fight. Come on enough for a hero till the morning light. It's gotta be strong and it's gotta be soon and it's gotta be larger than life. Larger than life. What if instead, what if we did something asymmetrical? So like this side could be a little like a readout doohickey. or like more of an interface type of situation. And then this, maybe instead of like a grate, we could do like that. It kind of works. It's kind of interesting. And then we can just do like some more inner lighting on these guys. Good. All right. Who is next? Let's see. Where's my square brush? There you are. Come on, you can do it. More tech bits. Always more tech bits. There's always room for more tech. Hmm. Thank you, I'm safe. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna bevel that a little bit like so. Good. Alright. And then what do I want to put in the other part of this? I was gonna have it be like a little readout. I guess we could have like a port. Data port. Plug in your space USB. Actually, no, it's still just a USB, but the S stands for space. Universal Space Bus. And even in the far future, you still have to flip a USB 3 times before it'll insert correctly. Some technologies just they've just hit their stride and they're never going to evolve, and you just have to live with that. One day, USB-Cs will be fully like realized as the only USB port, and all the USB A's and B's and minis and micros will be phased out, and you'll have a generation that grows up without knowing the struggle of having to flip a USB. And that's how you know we'll live in a different world. We do not live in the world we grew up in. Brave new world. Let's see. Let's see. Who's next? Who's next? Oh, I was thinking about this earlier, so let's put this on. Those words you've been missing. Was early on. Oh no, so true. I'm doing this on the wrong layer, but it's fine. Show me the champion of. I'll show you the herald of darkness. Diving deep to the surface. Let's get some of this blue from down here. Bounce it onto this layer. Or onto this panel. Just so we can get the lighting to be a little consistent. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Always the end of a piece of true fiction. Good. A little crooked. It's a little crooked, but yeah, okay. Let's fix that. I'm gonna go ahead and merge that in just so that we can go ahead and simplify this a bit. So we just need to bring this up like that. Maybe out of here. Actually, no, I don't even need to bring it out. Just skew it a little bit. Good. Good. I need to play Control at some point. I wanted to play that in October. I wanted that to be sort of our Halloween game, but now we have Ace Combat. So I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know if we're gonna get to it. It might just be one of those things that I resign myself to playing off stream. Okay. Before we wrap up for tonight, I think the layering in here is getting a little confused. It's getting a little fucky back here. So I want to come in and do something to help this make more sense. And I think it's kind of the last like major cleanup area, I think. He's the torchbearer, and it couldn't be much clearer. A war needs its warrior, true and right. The darkness within him held her hostage. Had he seen her drowning, would have saved her from the darkness of the blade. Show me the champion of light. Surrender the heart. I like that little bit that goes over the belt. It makes the whole thing feel more tied together, you know? More deliberate, I think. I almost want to take this gray and like continue it all the way up. I'm just sort of, yeah, look at, that's hot. That looks really good. Let's do that. I'm gonna finish the purple padding section first, but I just want to sort of see what that might look like if I were to do it. But that looks really good, so we will follow through. So let's separate this out a little bit more, and then we can introduce a stitch line where the two are sort of tacked together, right? And that can be right behind our gray seam. Good. Good. All right. And this just needs to come down so it's not quite such a harsh stopper, right? Yeah, good. Just so it doesn't look quite so like blocky, right? It looked very elevated when the sides were beveled like that. Vicious cycle does not surrender to. Echoes seem to seek out again and again until I figure it out. Bring this song to its end. Good. Gotta figure it out to bring this song to its end. Show me the champion of light. I'll show you the herald of darkness. No harm haven't due to my service. Cool. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Good. Good. I think that makes sense. You can say it makes sense, right? We can pretend. There you go. There's something in here that was a little wonky and I meant to clean it up, but then I forgot. Because of course I did. Makes sense to us. True. That is the important part. And I think we have done that. Okay. All right. Oh, see, we still got a few things that need resolution. Gotta do the collar. We've got some rough areas back here to clean up. So definitely one more day. But I think we are right on the cusp of seeing this completed. I'll do one thing really quickly, just for my own sanity. Okay, that's where the... I'm gonna go ahead and apply the mask because I'm happy with where it's at. And I just want to soften them up a little bit. Good. All right. I know it's a little bit early, chat, but I think that's a good stopping point. Like I said, we got a few things still to clean up. We got to do some work with the lights on the halo, the shoulder pad here. We still got some things to touch up. One thing I want to do, speaking of getting all the ideas, okay, before we go in, or before we wrap it up, what do I have that'll do the job for this? So I don't want to do a spray paint. Here, let me put something on while I just sort of consider how to go about this. Well, we'll execute on it next time, but I want to make sure that we don't forget to do it. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'm very happy with how it's coming along. I think this one is one of those cases where it's like I had a pretty clear image of what I wanted the drawing to be, but a lot of the specifics of like the color of the planet, the position of the rings, how we were going to do the ships, obviously all the greebling on the suit, I'm just like, I'm making that up as we go. So I'm glad it's working. Wait, where's my fucking fuck? Really? No. I have materials that might do what we want. Let me see if I can find one. I'm looking for a hexagonal mesh, basically. And like there are ways that we can fudge it, but like we can just sort of bring a pattern image in. But if I have a brush that will do it, that would be ideal. I have an octagon. I don't have a hexagon. All right, there might be a material that I can use that'll do the job. So I'll look on the material library, see if I can find something that'll. Oh wait, here's one. Perfect. Perfect. All right, let's see if I can get this to. Yeah, I don't want a hexagon sphere. I want a random value. Want like this. Image material. Okay. Oh, wait. So how would I use this? Okay. Okay, so see, I can like drag it in as an image, but that's not useful. Let's see. Let's try doing this. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate the subtool. And then bring you up. And for the brush shape, brush tip, can I use this now? Yes, here we go. Image material, and then I need to find the hexagon that I want. What do you mean? Why is it not an option? Why is it not an option? Okay. Sorry, I'm trying. Paper texture. you mean paper texture? You're a paper texture. Whatever. Okay, we can probably use one of these other ones, maybe. Yeah, let's try this. See, the problem is this kind of does the inverse intention. So, kind of need it to like... Yes, then... No, but that's not... Why are you not? Oh, direction of line. There we go. So then we would need to do, just as an example, we would come up here and we would like paint it in like this. And then multiply. Yeah, it's not the right look. I might need to revisit this. Worst case scenario, we just bring in like an image and sort of wrap it to the shape that we want. You can always just kind of do it like this. You can just kind of stitch it together. Repeat until we get the shape that we want, or we get the density that we want. And then we'll just move that off to the side, and as an example, we can sort of wrap it to the surface, move. And I disappoint you, at least to let me over. And then we would just sort of mask it out to only be on the material that we want. Something like that. I'm just doing it really quick and dirty as an example. We'll come back on Saturday and really line it up. You know, get it feeling good. But something like that, right? So I think I want the darker material to have like a hexagonal mesh to it. And then on the original drawing, I had a similar thing going on these lights. So we'll probably do a same path there. So something to look forward to still. I can't help it. I'm just gonna keep building out the meshwork. It's one of those nice things is like every time it doubles, so it just gets bigger and bigger really quickly. All right, that should be enough mesh for whatever we need, because even if we scale it down really fine, right? Like that's as small as it's gonna go. And then we can always just double it again if we need to. All right. But for realsies, we're gonna go ahead and call it now. Let's see. Need to find something nice to play out on. Da-da-da. Yeah, this is always a classic. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out today. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the mesh off just so that we can see our progress so far. I do like how it's coming along. I'm glad you guys like it. I think this will be a good one. I worry sometimes. It's like, am I stagnating? Am I just doing the same stuff over and over again? And then I kind of look at like what we've done so far over the course of the year. It's like, no, we're kind of going. We're doing some interesting work, so I'm very happy with that. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. Then we're gonna find somebody to rate. Okay.